Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the... Whoop. Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be doing some more Insignia dev, doing some very exciting demo updates. Got to be trying to blitz through that the next week or so. I think we're almost at the end of what's worth putting time into here. I mean, it's worth putting time into, but opportunity cost is a real thing. So I'm going to try to push through that really quickly. There was a very specific problem that I want to solve this afternoon that is driving me a little bit crazy. Nonetheless, we also are starting off the stream with show and tell. We've got the team coming in with our Monday morning stand-up. It's going to be great. And I want to say a big welcome before we get to that to everybody who's here in chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. Huge thanks to Curious Nats for the most recent follow and Fractals for the most recent subscription. Okay, so team stand up in just a minute. I had not a bad weekend. I went and saw Begonia at the movies. That movie is crazy. That just was so much. I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought it was a really good movie. I don't know how many times I'd watch it beyond the first viewing, but it was super tense and very, very thrilling. Okay, so I am going to wait a few more seconds, and then we're going to jump into Team Stand Up. Hey, Ocelot. Hey, Virtue versus Vice. My eye's getting green screened out. Is that happening? Let me see if I can fix that. I recently did some green screen editing that maybe makes the chroma key a little bit too aggressive. It's just that I also changed the room layout, so you're going to see crap here because the lights in the room are a little bit less consistently being, cast. It's a very minor thing. I can't really explain it, but right now, just because of where the desk is, it causes that problem. Anyway, we're going to jump into Team Stand Up right now. So let's do that, shall we? Boom. Man, that's really bothering me though. How do we fix that? If I could just bring this green screen forward. One sec, pals. Did that do it? It might be the color green that we're using. One sec. Will be just a moment. Let's turn that off for just a brief second. Oh, the blue is blue. Okay. And then we select color and we go, okay, we're gonna pick screen color, this one. And then do this. Hey, that's nice and clean. Sweet. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Perfect. Cool. So I'm jumping into the voice chat and we're going to start with our team stand up. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello. Hello. Oh, hey. Wow. That's coming out of the wrong audio device. One sec. Dude, I wish Discord moved the audio settings way closer to where you are actually doing things. One sec. Output device. Please give me that one. Oh, and that's wrong too. Okay, let's try that. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Your mic sounds a lot cleaner than normal.
Wow, that must mean that like normally it's not even showing the correct. It's not even like pushing the audio out through this mic. That's really embarrassing. Cool. Well.
Hey, sorry, my sound wasn't working, but now it is. Hello.
Hey. Who else have we got here today? We got Morgan Animator. Hello. And we're joined by our final team member, Morgan Composer. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the week of the 17th of November. It's 2025. We are doing our team stand-up. How's everyone's weekend? I'll start with me. I watched Begonia over the weekend. That movie was like...
So did I.
Oh, did you really? How did you find it?
I've never heard it.
A lot of Lanthimos movies are kind of hit or miss for me, but I liked this one.
I liked it too. Yeah, it was super intense. It made me quite sad actually after watching it, but I thought the ending almost like, not to spoil anything, but like it lifted it a little bit. But it's quite like a dark satire.
Jesse Plemons and Stone are just never not going to be entertaining to watch.
Yeah,
they're so good at acting.
Yeah, it was awesome. I was fully in. Like I was like fully immersed in it. It was very tense. I was like constantly thinking like, how would I get out of this situation? Okay. Sorry?
I'd never heard of it.
Oh,
Yeah, me neither. I missed it.
It's the most recent movie that Emma Stone's been in. It's pretty good. Okay.
I know the director. I don't personally know the director. I mean, I know of the director because I worked with a film director on a short film that he did, and he was really obsessed with that director, and so I had to watch one of his films as like a reference. It was so disturbing. I think that was which one did I watch? It was like I'm just looking up his film. It must. Yeah, I can't remember which film it was, but yeah.
Is it a comedy? The description makes it sound like a comedy of some sort.
It's sort of like there are comedic aspects to it, but I would say almost like more thriller than comedy.
Yeah, he rides a line between like thriller horror and black comedy.
Okay, interesting.
It was The Killing of a Sacred Deer was the one that I watched.
I haven't seen that one.
Which, yeah. Very absurd psychological horror thriller art film.
Yeah.
Vibes.
That's that's pretty much what this is. What this is like. I've seen The Lobster as well. I thought that was a little, what's the word? Calmer than some of the darker stuff. But yeah, Begonia is pretty intense. It's got a scene that I won't give it away. Yeah. I'll let you guys watch it. Other than that, actually let's do we'll do a round of what everyone did over the weekend, and then we'll talk about what we were working on last week, and then what we might want to work on this week. So I'll pass it on to Elias, and we'll go down the line.
Yeah, well, I going, yeah, that was my event this weekend. Yeah, fun movie. I kind of said what I said.
I stole your line.
Yeah. I guess cool. Luca, you have
Well, yeah, sorry. I'll jump in. So yeah, I don't know. I did a bit of work on Insignia and also my other job
Mhm.
over the weekend. And what I've been watching this series called Silo. Have you guys heard of that?
Mm.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I like the setting and the premise of it. Um, yeah, yeah. It gets a bit too hung up on like the people in that setting and their relationships uh, and they kind of drip feed the like I want to know what happened and how they got there and yeah. But yeah, that was my weekend.
Cool. And Morgan Animator.
I went and saw a Shrek musical with some friends
That's awesome.
Ooh.
at just our local like arts center,
Oh yeah.
like super local, very like low budget kind of thing. But it was all right. It was pretty good for what it was.
Was it like an original Shrek musical or like Shrek the Musical?
Uh
Probably that one. Probably the
Probably
latter.
like it wasn't official in any capacity, I don't think.
Well, there's like there was one that was produced like a few years ago that
Right.
it's probably the same one. People do local productions of those. Yeah, I think I've seen bits of it. I don't think I've watched it in production, but I've always wanted to.
Yeah. I don't know if it was the same one or if they just independently decided that they wanted to do one.
Right.
No idea.
Was it there's also like a Shrek cabaret, I think that they do. I don't know if
Oh my
it's that.
gosh.
My friends have seen a Shrek burlesque
Yeah, that's the
where
one, the
everyone's
Shrek burlesque.
Wow.
The
Yeah, I have
dragon's
not
just
seen that either.
a person, but they're just vaping the whole time.
Wow.
Actually, the dragon in this was arguably the best performer of the whole show. Absolutely incredible voice.
Right. Wow. That's great.
Yeah.
Cool. Morgan Composer, how was your weekend?
I also went to see a musical.
Oh, did you?
Oh my god.
I went to see Spamalot,
Oh,
which is the Monty Python Holy Grail spin-off musical. Um, and that was one of my friends from uni is MD's music directs a lot of community musicals, and I've been meaning to go to one of his shows for forever. So I finally went to the but I didn't. The funny thing is, I didn't see him during the show because the band is out the back, like hidden for the musical. So I didn't get to see him in action, but I heard him in action, I suppose, and then I said hi afterwards, and it was nice.
I haven't seen Spam a lot. I've always wanted to. Where was? Oh, you don't have to give away. Where was it? If it was too close to where you live, you don't have to say where it was. but-
No, it was in Darling Quarter Theatre
Oh,
in Darling
right.
Harbour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I guess it was not I guess they don't have like a long run. It's probably like just the weekend or something, right?
Yeah, I think it was a handful of days. But it was a really interesting theatre. It was like quite small, like good for a community ensemble, which I've never been to that venue, but
Yeah, in
yeah,
Darling
it's quite
Quarter.
interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I am really looking forward to seeing. I don't know if it's any good, but I want to see the Back to the Future musical is on at the Lyric at the moment.
Oh yeah.
I haven't got tickets to it yet, but I think I'm gonna. Cool. Okay. Well, we're in a very musical mood this morning, or a very theatrical mood. The rest of us. So let's do some show and tell, shall we? I can give a little bit of show and tell into stuff I've been working on. I don't want to like clog up. Most of the stream for me is show and tell, so I don't want to like take up too much of everyone's time. But I've been working on tidying up the causality system, which is just now you can split the things that it's filtering for. So quest flags versus sequences versus items. And that was just something that I was working on yesterday. And I've also been doing a lot of work on these animations like last week for, let me see if I can get them up here. This is like the teleport system in the game. So basically Armin kind of like being teleported away in like in a flame, which I'm pretty happy with how they're turning out so far. Like it's looking pretty good. I was really worried about the whether hand animating it would do it justice, but I think so far it's coming together pretty well. So we're going to be working on that more today.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I just got it working to the point where I've got like a color replacement shader. Sorry, I'm just going to do like a really quick pivot out of this. Discard all that. And then I'm in development now, am I? I think so. Cool. So do a quick one of these. Reload that. So like in the game right now, you learn different abilities at different crucibles, and those crucibles have entry points at anvils at different parts of the map. And I just got it working such that when you're about to teleport into a level, it figures out what color ensign you're about to learn and then changes the fire to be that color. So when you're teleporting around, you'll be teleporting with the different colors. So
I was so hoping you were going to say that.
yeah, it does work. I think I can test this right now. I think it'll work, hopefully.
And is Armin
Yeah, there you go.
going to stay as a silhouette like that, or is he going to be animated?
No, he's a silhouette for that little
Okay,
moment. Cool. This part it's not colored yet, but we'll get to that later. Okay, so for me, that's most of my show and tell. There are other things, but it's too granular, and we'll get to it in the stream. Elias, how about you?
All right, I've been working on the Cheverton Court. Sorry, let me figure out which the right setting is. So we have crowd noises. Okay. Crowd noises, and then Galliers.
I know that.
Slam.
Oh, I can't hear it just yet. Can anybody else hear it?
There's no sound.
Oh, there it is.
Now there is. So I did kind of like shoehorn these sounds in just for the sake of demonstration. Probably would want to put a little more care into like how exactly they play.
This is so Ace Attorney right now.
So like, we'd probably want to break off the crowd noise with like an order and then a slam. That one.
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Yeah, exactly. This is cool. Sounding good.
Nice.
That's
And
fun.
I never hear math. So yeah, that's what I was up to.
Cool. I'm excited to keep working on it and incorporating that stuff in. Also with the music too. That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep going down the list. Hey, Luca. What have you got for us?
Hello. Some animations mostly. Let's see. Shared the things. Share. This one.
Hey.
All right. So I've mostly been reviewing some of my animations or some of them. So this is the Ilia idol. So this, I kind of added the Brave idol to her. Previously, it was only, or the wind only version. I don't know. Maybe it'll become useful better than discarding it. I don't know. And I also left this idle step back, even though we'll probably won't use this, but it's there. So
I mean,
that's her.
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than, deleting it. Might as well just have it there.
For sure.
And Ned. Yeah, I didn't these backgrounds aren't really consistent, but yeah, he's Ned as well. Yeah, just a bit of the breathe in, breathe out, and some follow through animation with him.
Looks great.
Thanks. And yeah, the other one that I started on before, I know this is kind of probably low priority, but so that's the Hero in Chief, I guess.
It's looking good too.
Yeah. But yeah, that's done, I guess, whenever we need that. And oh yeah, the other one was the slam shell, which is currently still a bit in progress, but yeah, just a bit of that membrane wobble when it's flying around there. I still need to work on that bit of jitter there. I'm not sure what's causing that.
That's interesting.
But yeah, it's adjusting the altitude. I don't know, has a bit of problems. And I think that's
Do you want to show
it.
off the fight? I don't think anyone else has seen it.
The fight. Oh,
like fighting the enemy
for this thing. Let's see. So it does that, and it should be invulnerable, other than when it's that. Yeah, yeah. So that's its weakness, and that's how you get the ensign. Which button is this? Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So that's cool. So that works.
I think it's coming up really, really well.
Yeah, I might need your help to see how we can get the shockwaves happening, but I suppose you want to, if you wanted to work on the ensign version, and that kind of will translate over to the enemy as well.
Yep.
With slight differences, I'm sure. But yeah, that's it, I think.
Nice.
For me.
Thanks, Luca. You've been busy.
A little bit. Yeah. Thanks, Adam. Yeah.
Hey, Morgan Animator, how have you been?
Not bad. Honestly, haven't been up to too much, just based on the Figma. Also, I'm sorry if I'm really echoey. I've just moved rooms into a different office.
You sound pretty good here.
There's not a lot in here, so cool. So I've just been. I gave just a breathe animation for Tiberius, and for the gatekeeper. And also just the little hand ring.
Nice.
That gave me so much trouble.
Really?
I don't know what it was. Just the getting the smoothness, like the to and fro right, while still getting the hands to look like they were passing over each other. I had to redo it 3 times.
It's a tough one.
Yeah,
sure.
the oddest things give you the mind bend.
Yeah, I think particularly very small, when you're not working with a lot of pixels, but you're trying to show something specific, I think it can be really difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
I ended up most of it is the same shape, just with different shadow areas. Yeah, I saw there's some other stuff for the gatekeeper on the Figma. I just wasn't sure if you were
we
ready
can
for
talk
me to
about it.
start on those.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, we'll talk about it after this. Cool. and Morgan Composer. Anything out of spoiler territory that you can share with us?
Yeah. Give me a second. Can you see this?
One sec. I can.
Okay. Again with the court scene. This was just I was playing around with. We briefly discussed in our last meeting.
Mhm.
Well, I brought up the idea of opera recitative style accompaniment. So it's super sketchy and rough, but just wanting to see how that felt in the scene. So I'll just play it. Hopefully you can hear it.
Yep. It's great.
Yeah.
It's good. It feels exactly like what I think it should feel like right now.
Cool.
Yeah, nice.
I think it'll be interesting to hear it with like the sound effects that are now in there. It will be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be such an interesting like opportunity and challenge to like try to get all of that, like just to see how it feels, and then if it doesn't like line up perfectly, like what would we do to make it align?
Mm.
It's probably one of those things where it's just going to work just by virtue of just your brain just seeing it all and going, okay. Because it does it like that kind of track. Is that something where you would be trying to model against beats in the scene, or is it sort of got that cadence to it throughout?
Well, at the moment that was just a baked track. I haven't thought too much about implementation. I was just seeing if that style would work. But I think there'd definitely be a possibility of like having these little bite-sized chord movements, and then they could trigger on when the next dialogue is triggered, or there's possibilities for how we could pace it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to try that. I think it could be awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Cool.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone. That was really cool to see. For this week, I guess probably worth, because we all have meetings within the next 48 hours, I guess. But if there's anybody who has like a gap at the moment that is not Morgan and Luca, because I'll be talking to you in a sec anyway. But I guess then, yeah, between Elias and Morgan do you have like, are you good for the day, or would you prefer I assign something?
I'm good for now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, thanks everyone. That was awesome stand up. I will stay on the line with Morgan Animator and Luca. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for joining me.
Cool. Thanks.
See you guys.
See ya.
Bye,
See ya.
guys.
Animation team meeting. Got to do the chapter. Look, there we go. Hey. Cool. Okay. All right. Welcome, animators. And thanks for your work over the weekend. So we finally have our plunge enemy in the game, which is awesome. I think it's been cool to see him come together so quickly. I went from like a red circle to like an enemy that you can fight against in like a week, which is awesome. So I think, Luca, if you're happy to just keep, I mean, like we should talk about, I guess, what the animations, like where to go beyond this point. So let's just take a little quick look through, and maybe we'll just as a team think about some opportunities or ways we can, set the scope for this guy. So I think right now, like when it's moving around, I've been getting a little bit of value out of like things like particle systems and stuff for like when it's falling and having the smoke, come out. All that kind of stuff's great. But I wonder if maybe there's something more we can do, particularly with the face when it's moving, or something that just gives it a little bit of motion down here.
Yeah, so it's not just like a static, solid piece. Well, it's like a decoy face, I
Mhm.
guess. Or is it? It's not its actual eyes, I
Yeah,
assumed,
I think
right?
so. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Well, when it turns around, that's the same. They're the same thing, right? The same
Yeah.
eyes.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So I would say we could call it its face. It's just upside down in this view. So yeah, we could have it like blink, or even just like a little, just like where the underside or the brow, depending on which way you look at it, is. Maybe we could have that like move a little bit or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Happy
So it's
to.
slightly more organic than
No, I
just
mean
solid.
it should
Yeah.
still be solid, but I think it just needs something. Like, you know, in
Yeah.
cartoons, you know, if something's going to blink, even if it's like a shell or something, it'll still move, just because otherwise it just kind of reads, I think, a little like it's just a static sprite that we didn't do anything with.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like shimmering across the like the light passing over the hard parts.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And then certainly we would need a little bit more for like the aggro and the chase. That's something that I haven't put much thought into yet. Anyone have any suggestions before I make my own suggestion?
Well, I guess the aggro will be like some kind of shock or surprise of some sort.
Yeah, we were going to call this
Yeah.
surprise, weren't we? So if we go back to the what you put together. So this is kind of like eyes get big. It's almost like exclamation marks. That's what I was kind of thinking of.
Yeah, a bit. Like the spike. Well, the spikes would perk up a little bit as well. Well, I guess that initial design's a bit different now, but
yeah, that's okay. So like, I feel like we could. I mean, definitely we could do like a bit of like a inflation of all of it a little bit. Like, make it go bigger and shrink a little bit, just as like jumping back. And I think maybe we could do like the membrane could change color to like from like the membrane could show its state. Like it could change to like red or blue or something like that, depending on whether it can see almond or not. So maybe when it's chasing, we go into like more red or
like a blush on the membrane. Yeah, that sounds good.
Or even this color here, the darker color for the eyes, is something that we could have when we're being chased. It already starts to darken. So it's got that more. It just feels a little bit more menacing. Anyway,
that bit below the eyes, it kind of looks like it's another mouth. Is that meant to be a mouth or like a decoy mouth?
That's a decoy mouth. So that's like not its actual mouth. Its mouth is like that, but it needs to look like it. You know, I want people to see this and see a face.
Yeah, but I mean that shouldn't like react as a mouth or anything like that. I suppose. What should it?
I wouldn't open it. No.
No.
No. Just keep it as like a ridge.
And it kind of just disappears into the lighting when it flips.
Yeah, pretty much. It's. I mean, we probably could get away with doing something like this, but I don't know if it's that necessary.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, it just disappearing. Other than the lighting, I think that works well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also I feel like this telegraph. What I would love to do, and I don't know how possible this is or easy this is for you to do. I might be able to provide you some frames for it, but rather than rotate clockwise like this or anti-clockwise, have it turn over, like in 3D space, like towards the camera.
Oh yeah.
That would be a challenging one, and I would definitely lead on that. So don't feel like you have to do that. But I was thinking, because like right now the mouth is sort of something that just appears at the bottom. So like if the mouth was opening during this and it was like sort of rotating towards us, it might be, I don't know, might give us a better sense of what it is.
And that'll look really cool as well. I like that idea. Yeah.
Cool. And then, like the plunge, all of these, like, I'm happy for you to jump on all of these like single frame animations, like whether it's this one or this one, the chase, and the plunge, just to add that secondary motion to it. So like this one here, I'd expect like maybe a little bit of the the cheeks to flap kind of thing
Yeah.
as it's
Yeah.
coming down would be cool. And then even like the land, like I know it's one frame right now, but if it was, even just like a vibration, or like a blink, like a wince on the face when it lands, just to
Oh,
make it
yeah.
seem like it's reacting to the outcome of what happened, being like not its plan. Like it was trying to bite us, but it hit the ground. So how does it react to that? And this stuff can be very, very like, I wouldn't put many frames on it. I would say just like, it's like really like 2 or 3 frames for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you can repeat them back and forth or whatever. The reorient,
Okay.
we'll get to that later. So I would say like reorient and telegraph, hold off on. Idle, patrol, chase, plunge, land are all fine for you to keep working on. And then aggro, maybe I'll provide a bit more feedback for that.
And then there's the hurt as well, I guess.
Well, the hurt would be just its death frame. So we just need like a single frame of it looking like it's in pain pretty much, or wincing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
All
right.
There's more we could do with it, but like I wouldn't. Let's see how it feels in the game, because we already have the splitting apart. So any more than one frame, and it's kind of hard to perceive it. Cool. Does that feel like a good start for you for the week?
Yeah, for sure. That sounds good. And during the week we could I don't know, maybe go through the other NPCs whatever's high priority, I guess. Need to kind of review that again.
I feel like all of that stuff right now is kind of like equally medium priority. Like it's good to have all the NPCs have at least an idle frame for now. I will give feedback on that stuff more specifically. I just might need a little bit of time to compile it all, but it's not that. It's not a lot. I just need to make sure I've methodically checked off each of them. And then it would be good to get onto like a second enemy soon. I'm happy for like us to get to a point where we have lots of enemies at like 70% polish, so that we're playtesting and finding opportunities to mix them up together in like scenes in the game. So just having a volume is more important to me than like finish right now.
Yeah. That sounds good. Yeah, especially for filling out chapter 2.
Yeah.
With the relevant enemies.
Yeah.
And also I guess the ensigns that we definitely want in chapter 2 as well.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have a chat about that soon, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. And Morgan, let's think about how to fill out your week. So I had a moment when I was watching the cutscenes that Elias and Morgan R were playing around with, where could we get the fist slam? This is just like a little opportunity. Could it be 2 fists? And when the fist that's holding the cup slams, the wine kind of all, bounces out of the cup. Well, not out, but like, you know what I mean? Like kind of like splashes and then comes back into the cup. Like
totally.
Yeah. Cool. I just think that it just feels right, especially like because at the moment he's almost like a judge. Maybe we could give him a gavel separately. I'm happy for it to stay as the wine. So he's almost using the wine as the gavel and his fist. It could be both. The 2 fists I feel like is more of a childlike thing. And so I think that works. Cool.
I'll probably just copy it and make that a separate thing just in case you want the single as well.
Yeah. Feel free to do that. That sounds like a good idea. I will have feedback for our Gatekeeper and Tiberius idols. In the meantime, do you want to give this one a go? Do you know the reference for this? Is that
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That thing. I just spitting into the mic. So if you know, I could, if it's clear, go for it.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think we're kind of towards the end of the Fortnite thing,
Yeah,
if you want to make those two
yeah. If you want
like
to compile the stuff that you've worked on in the
yeah,
last sprint, and then just we'll just agree on the invoice and work on it. This is just, don't feel like this has to all be in the current sprint.
okay,
We'll
cool,
figure it out.
cool.
Yeah. So one thing about these is there's a scene, the scene where we meet this character. He's actually kind of like elevated relative to the camera. I don't know if we have to do anything with it. So he's all the way up here. I think he looks okay either way. I think somehow the way I've done it, the panoramic kind of view, I think he looks all right. But I'm thinking with the blowing raspberries at us, it might be good for him to sort of face directly at the camera rather than be at that sort of 3/4 angle.
Okay.
Do you feel like will you need more guidance than that?
That might be a little challenging, but I can't imagine it being too bad.
Cool. Okay. Well, I'll leave it with you for a first draft. Feel free to do it in whatever way is easiest for you to get a sense of what it needs to be.
Yep.
So like if it's just blobs of color, that's fine. Or if it's like, if you want to tweak some of these things, that's okay too. And then, what's next? I think we're getting through it quite quickly,
We are.
which is good. We definitely have our cat characters. Maybe, all right, let's get them in there. So there are a few other things as well. There are some stuff for chapter 2 that I think would be good to add to the Hunden repertoire, like the base Hunden that we had in chapter 1. More like cutscene related actions that he can do, because there are some cutscenes now where he's sort of, ordering Martin about or doing this or that. So just having them have like a point, things like that. I'll add those to the scope. But for now, by end of day today, maybe what I'll do is, I think I'm going to move you on to Nettie, which is this character here, in addition to Tiberius and Gatekeeper. And we'll just have those sort of on the go as we go. I'm just trying to see if I can create a bit of parallel work so that we're not all waiting on the courtroom scene for Tiberius and Gatekeeper's animations to be what they need to be. Okay. So I'll brief you a bit more on this, but for now, does that feel okay?
Yeah, that'll do me until at least the end of the day. So
Cool.
no rush.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'll provide. Let me write some stuff down. I will. Everything that we just talked about. I'm going to work on providing feedback for Morgan, providing feedback for Luca, and then new animation briefs for Nettie, and then more for Tiberius. Cool. Okay. Anything else that I missed that you guys remember? I think I'll move to having Google Gemini do like transcriptions for these meetings in the future, so that we don't have to remember everything. But
Nice.
is there anything
Just stuff from the stuff for the slam show if you want to. I mean, that's not super high priority since I got plenty to do already. But if that's just for today, then don't worry about it.
Do you mean like on the behavior for me, or briefs like animation?
Like if you wanted to do
feedback for you.
The animations that you mentioned. Sorry, I just got to.
Oh, the turnover.
Yeah. That's right. The telegraph. Yeah.
What do you call this? This is the roughs for slam shell. Cool. That sounds good. All right. Well, thank you, you two.
All right. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Morgan.
Awesome. Cool. Enjoy. I'll see you through the week, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Chat soon.
See ya.
All right.
Bye.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. Cool. All right. Let's bring the music back, shall we? And turn this down back to 11. And this up back to... Bro, the values that this slider stops at as you drag are so inconsistent. Okay. Cool. So let me just move these out into my to-do list. Cool. What are you saying? Is that the first thing you don't like about Windows Media Player? Yeah, it's the one thing. Yeah. Okay. How do I end event? There we go. Sweet. Okay, so it's 2:50. I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will work on tasks for the week for me. I don't know what they're talking about. Production? Hey Mojo Jojo, would it be alright if I asked you to take a look at the art I'm working on for my game? Yeah, it would be alright. Do you want to post it in Discord, maybe in a DM, and I can get to it? I just came in and read launch as launch. I didn't launch the game, no. Okay, so let's quickly, I want to go back through here and then back over to here. There was a task today, taking information from colleagues so quickly and then manually copying it. I mean, it's just in a format that I can then work through. It's not really that bad, right? Like, it just means that I can drag these into here and work against them in my day planner. It's not that high stakes, you know? It took what, 30 seconds? Okay, so there is a task that I just want to spend a little bit of time on, and that is find a way to better reference sequence instanced, or like what do I call this? Schedulable content in the Unity editor. So this problem has been becoming, it's like really frustrating. I want to spend an amount of time on it. Hey Asterix, how's it going? I'm doing well. I want to spend like maybe up to an hour on this. It's actually slowing me down quite a lot in my day when I can't find how a specific cutscene is like referenced in the game. And because I have cutscenes now that are compartmentalized into different parts, like I have like cutscene, essentially like fragments that can be placed into different cutscenes. Having those be not indexable is really, really bad. It makes it so that I'm digging around trying to find stuff all the time. So, let's take a break, and when we come back, that's what we'll work on. And I'll bring up the Pomodoro. Of course, you can introduce yourself. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can post them on Discord. Okay. What do I call these things? I call them schedule state containers. It's going to take 2. All right. I'll see you all in a bit. Hey. Asterix says, my name's Rohan, game developer with 12 years of experience. 2 major AAA studios, Ubisoft on Rails, Ubi and Rockstar. 25 plus AAA games, including the Assassin's Creed series, For Honor, Division, Rainbow Six Siege, GTA 5, GTA Online, Red Dead Redemption 2, Online, and yes, the latest game, GTA 6 am I mentioning? I've now started my own game studio and are working with my first original IP, action adventure narrative indie. That's great. Sounds awesome. It's very exciting. What was your role during that period? Okay. So I am going to take about 10 seconds. If someone wants to, you can chat to me over Discord if you want. I'm going to jump into this task now, and I'm probably going to be focusing for the next like 45 to 50 minutes. So yeah. Producer and sound design. Okay. Producer is a good one. If you have some questions or things you want to reach out to me with, feel free to jump onto Discord and send me a message, and I'll take a look for sure. We can chat. Okay. So, 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right. Here's the problem. Let me just write this down. We are doing some refactoring systems. Let me explain this system to you all. So, in Insignia, we have timelines. And the timelines have a bunch of info in them. Okay? It's pretty straightforward. When playing stuff in the timeline, there are these blue tracks here whose job it is to play a cutscene inside the cutscene. So for example, this is, stamp new teleport spot. So this is like in an animation inside of the cutscene where you've just come back from having unlocked a new ability in the game. The game's going to go into the world map, and it's going to stamp that on the map, for example. And I can't define stamping a thing on the map in this cutscene. All I can do is put a placeholder here and say, somewhere else is going to be defined the logic that does that. And that logic is going to be played here. And that logic is going to tell us when it's finished being played, and then we'll continue. So it doesn't need to know this thing about Armin like coming out of the flame and like landing back on the ground. Doesn't need to know how the cutscene that's going to be interrupted here is going to open up the map and show a specific teleport spot and then unlock it and then give us a new quest. Or it doesn't need to know how all that works, which is great. Really, really good. Very proud of it. The problem is that it's like an interface. That's right. The problem is that when I'm doing debugging, I really, really need to be able to basically go up the like call stack, like the reference list, to see like where this thing is being defined. And sometimes it's being defined at runtime, because this thing essentially is basically in brackets anything. It could be literally anything. It could be like a function call. It could be like an actual cutscene, like just like this one, like a full-on cutscene. It could be all kinds of things. And the point is that we don't need to know what it is, but we do need to know where it's being defined so that we can then troubleshoot it. That's my challenge right now. Because there are lots of things that get triggered under different circumstances in the game. And when I'm trying to, root around figuring out what's happening, not being able to say, is this being played right now and where is that defined and what are the properties of it is really annoying. It sucks. So like, yes, it's a black box and that's okay, but it needs to be a black box with a key that we can use to open it up. Right now, if I was to just click on this thing, you can see here like fast travel unlock menu state is referenced. And here it says invalid playable. So it's almost like at runtime, this is going to be supplied properly, but right now we don't have any info about its information. We don't know what this is. And that's because I have what's called a schedule state container managing this. So I made this up. This is all custom stuff. So like this, for example, let's bring it over here. This part here, bring up the fast travel menu. This is a black box, so we don't know what's going to be happening inside of this. We just know that it is a thing that needs to happen and that it's going to take some amount of time. We don't know how much time, and that's okay because we're going to wait for it. It has an event system that calls back and tells us when it's finished. So the question is like, yeah, how do we track where it was defined? So the actual definition of what this is a schedule state container, which, as someone else said, it's like having an interface. Right? It doesn't. The point is that it doesn't know what this is going to include. But we need to know, right? We need to know. So, like, why is this an invalid playable? What? Give us some breadcrumbs that let us see what's happening. This description, this is handwritten by me as a way of like describing what I expect this thing to do as the contract that this thing is going to fill. But again, there's no way of proving that it does that. It's just some text that I wrote to say, hey, this should open the inside menu and reveal the fast travel location on the map. And if I double click it, I get this schedule state container called fast travel unlock menu state. So the only thing I can do at this point right now is work my way back up the hierarchy and find, fast travel unlock state. Here it is. Here's the reference. And that's where we need to, click or whatever. It's not nice. I mean, even that I don't think is actually accurate. This fast travel unlock menu state. I don't know. Maybe it's not defined. Yeah, it's not defined. So even that is really important, that we can say, hey, this hasn't been populated by anything. Why hasn't it been populated by anything? Because right now, again, what we have is a black box. We just have this thing, which has some coroutine on it, and that's it. So let's have a look at the container. And well, we'll refamiliarize ourselves with what this is. So schedule state is the name of anything that can be scheduled in the game. Could be a cutscene, could be an animation, could be anything. A quest unlocked banner, UI that needs to show up, that needs to pause gameplay, anything that can be queued to disrupt gameplay later behind the current thing that's disrupting gameplay. So that's great. And then this is a behavior. It's an abstract class that contains any kind of schedule state. Okay, or at least defines a mono behavior that is a schedule state. Then we have, as a child class to that, schedule state container, which implements it. And then this has the actual functions we would expect in order to run that stuff. So it has the get state, it can exit, it can enter. Okay. So we have schedule state container. And I think the thing that we're looking at here is this setup function where we're sort of injecting a state into this. We're saying, hey, I'm going to pass a state into this container. That I think needs a bit of what's the word? Forensics. We need to be able to say, okay, who passed this state in? So let's just quickly say public, I guess mono behavior. Like parent or like, yeah, even that's fine. And I think I want this to be, it's tough. I was reflecting on this yesterday. The reason why this is difficult is this is kind of like me trying to resolve something that's defined at runtime. There is another question we could ask, which is, why does this behavior need to be passed into this thing? Why can't this thing that's being called by the cutscene, why can't it just be the behavior? Why do we need a reference to somewhere else where the behavior is defined that's been injected into this moment? And that's a really good point. It is possible. Like I could have just said, like, hey, this thing here is a custom class that does this one thing and that's all it does. The only thing about that is not, so I'll be more explicit here. The teleporter and the world graph are currently two culprits where this gets used a lot. So for example, world graph has a bunch of states like states that it can create. Like this one here. This is called reveal point of interest. Okay, let's look at the use case. Reveal point of interest is a function that returns an object of type QState. And what that is essentially a bunch of instructions that get called linearly, one after the other. So it's got a new list of substates, and each of those things do things, just like abstract things in the game. So for example, first of all, we open up this menu, the world graph. We wait 1 second, we zoom out of the world graph, we wait a third of a second, we move to a specific location on the map, we reveal a node that we've passed in, we wait for half a second, we stamp an icon onto the map, we wait half a second, we move back to the starting location where you are in the game, and then we wait 1 second, then we close the menu. So it's basically constructing, it's like a builder pattern, sort of, but it's really about, the point is there's some things in the game that are so systematic that it makes no sense to try to define them at the asset level. Like, all that stuff is so runtime sensitive. Like, which scene are we moving to? Which node are we stamping? All of that stuff is better to just write it here than to try to like it's not an asset. You can't say here what you're doing. This stuff is all just like stuff that's going to live in the database, not in the database, in the project directory. So like, I need something procedural that's happening in a very asset defined space. So I'm happy that it can do that. It's just the question is, how far from this box should that logic live? And what is the path for me as the designer to diagnose, okay, this isn't working. Where is that defined? Okay, it's defined here. What's containing this logic? Oh, it's this thing. What's supplying the logic to this thing? Oh, it's somewhere else that I can't see. That sucks. So the question would be then, could I just take this thing here and populate this with it? Hey, Morning Mist, thanks for the sub. Could I do that? Well, Possibly. There are some things here that make this very easy to define. Because it's defined inside of world graph, all of these things are world graph things. Like stamping an icon, revealing a node, opening the menu, closing the menu, moving to map location. Those are all inherent to this parent class that we're inside of. So it makes sense for this to be defined here as a thing that the map can do. The map can reveal a point of interest. So saying here, like, hey, at this point in the game, I want the map to reveal a point of interest. No, I'm just spitballing. I'm solving this problem as if it was a tutorial. You know, that's how I do. That's how I do things. I just talk. I'm rubber ducking right now. So you don't have to have the answer. It sounds like, do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like this knows enough about what at this point in this cutscene, I know what I'm asking for, right? I'm asking the ensign menu, the world map opens up and reveals a fast travel location on the map. So maybe I should be able to do some sort of like static. Well, I don't want to use reflection. That's sucky. But we're at this point where we've got this big delta between like what we're asking for, like where the responsibility of definitions is in this relationship. Right now, all the responsibility is on the code side and none of it's in the asset side. It's like, you don't have to define anything. You just put a blue box here and then figure it out later. That makes it almost impossible to then find out how it was referenced from this blue box. So if I shift the responsibility, so it's like, no, you can't just put a blue box here. You have to say which thing is going to be populating this blue box. Then it'll be easier to track because we specified it here. The challenge is in asset space, right? This is literally what we're looking at here is a timeline asset. So it's literally like a thing in the project directory that has no concept of what's inside of the scene. It has no concept of what's running in the game right now. So there literally is no way for me to say, here's a reference to the object that's going to pass that in. That's right, GamesMad. Yeah, it's a pretty critical game architecture problem. And it's one that I think if your game has like a scripting engine separate from like the code engine, it can be more straightforward because there are contracts you can put in place with your game designers, your like level designers, where you say, okay, here's your interface that you have access to, and these are the kinds of things you can do inside of the scene and reference. And yes, it is static or it does use reflection, but like we as the engineers have made promises about which things are accessible statically. For me, I'm trying to find a solution that is a bit extensible, that allows me as the developer to also pass on to somebody else to also do this. Is the DX the desired experience, I'm guessing you're saying, that you can drag the box in and maybe double click the script to get the code easily? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to, at runtime, I'd love to double click this and be taken to here. I mean, that would just solve everything for me. I would be like, oh yeah, it's this. The developer experience. Well, the developer experience is like, I know that this cutscene as an asset can't be responsible for all of this stuff. Because what I used to have to do was redefine everything. Like I would have to write a thing here that's like open the menu, move to node, stamp node, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, that cluster of things that I'm talking about, I want to be able to make a definition for that and define it once and then not have to worry about it anymore. Because I was noticing a lot of the stuff that I'm building here it's inherently modular. Like it wants to be defined in more simpler terms. Because otherwise the timelines are too complicated. So that's what this is. It's like, okay, if I define this here, I don't have to define it all in here. But then the question is, Yeah, from the developer experience, I just want to be able to pass into this the thing that defines that logic. That would be the most straightforward thing. So like the only reason I can't do that is that this schedule clip. So first of all, let's be clear. Inside of the timeline, we're currently inspecting this blue box. The blue box says I am a clip. That's what this is, a clip on a timeline track. I am a clip and I have some fields. And one of those fields expects a state wrapper, right? Something from the outside, from the hierarchy to be passed into this, right? I'm expecting something from outside to tell me what I am, right? So in this case, the state wrapper or like the container is this game object whose job it is to hold the logic that populates this blue box. So all it knows is, hey, there is an instance reference inside of this scene, a serialized reference to a thing that has runtime responsibilities, right? Somewhere, somehow, logic is going to be put into this container, and that logic is going to be run when we press this, when we reach this point in the timeline. I just don't think that's good enough anymore. It doesn't satisfy what my needs are, because I need more traceability than that. So, so my options are, I think, either I be more specific about what I'm asking for. So I force myself to say, hey, this is a world map thing. Well, it does right now. It has a script that is super generic. That's what this is. This is this is just a state machine, basically, that just plays one state. It's just that it doesn't know what the state is yet. So the question is, okay, if I wanted to be able to get to that state, the definition, with fewer steps, such that I could see it here, what would I populate this with to essentially order from the system, hey, I want this state, please. Like, this is the kind of state that I'm looking for. Rather than hoping that the level editor, the person editing the level, passed in the correct state prior to that. I mean, it still has to happen. Someone still has to sew these things together, the asset and the instance. Like somewhere, every time we want to play this cutscene, somebody has to pass in the thing with the instance data into this spot to say like which, if it's like we unlocked a new ability, which ability did we unlock? So, yeah, I think my trouble with it is, I think I know what it is. I think my trouble with it is that this state, it is an instance of something that has the contents of which have no bearing to where this is. If I defined this as fast travel unlock menu state, and it lived at the, I mean, I know why this isn't going to work, but I'm just going to finish the sentence anyway. If it lived on the world graph, right, on the world map, as a child object, saying, hey, this is world graph, and then here's a game object that is the state container for unlocking a new node. Well, then I would just, when I click on this and I click on that would just take me directly to the world graph point. And I would say, oh yeah, this is it must be assigned by the world graph. I mean, at least then it would be easier to follow the breadcrumbs, because it would be one mono behavior per function. But then the very next thing that my brain says is, if that's the case, if you have a script, well, I know, again, I can answer this question, but I'll finish the question. If you have some code and you have a custom game object where the code gets referenced, why not put the code in a script and put the script on the game object? And then it doesn't matter where it is. You know what the logic is because it's on the script rather than having the script be just a shell. And the answer to that question is, what I was trying to avoid with this whole thing was making new C# scripts for every little thing that happens in the game. For every fragment of a cutscene, the idea of making a new C# script sucks. That was how I got here. I was trying to have my cake and eat it too. Like, I would love for these things to not also have to be C# scripts that are unique. That's it. And I think I'm at a place now where I have to make a choice as to whether or not I want to force this, especially because, you know, if they're getting reused, that makes them modular, which means that you don't have to make multiple instances of the script. You write the script once, you use it multiple times. So it would also help this be a lot smaller. This is a huge class because it's carrying a bunch of those internal states. Yeah. I think I just need to let go of the fact this must be a philosophical thing. How do you developers do load balancing on script count versus script size? Because for me, like, I was starting to get worried, particularly because it's a C# project. Like, okay, I've got every year my computing power gets better, my hardware gets better, so it doesn't take that long to recompile the code. But like, man, we're starting to get into like the thousands of scripts at this point. And because it's C# and they're all in one big assembly definition, it's like, it's a lot to recompile every time we recompile. On slower hardware, making the game on my laptop is really hard to do. I do have hot reload. I've got stuff in there that I'm using to fix it, but like the process of waiting for scripts to compile, it sucks. Assembly definitions, we looked into them. They're really, really complicated to set up on a live project like this, and especially a game project where you're doing a lot of cross-referencing. I think I just have to be okay with some of these things being their own scripts. I think I just have to say, hey, it is what it is. You've got that many scripts. Much bigger games have many more scripts than mine. So I guess that's just it. We've made our decision. I think I'm overvaluing the importance of there being too many scripts. I'm putting too much stock on that concern. I don't think it's that important. Like in the project directory, how many scripts are there? This is including packages, I guess. Or in assets, in the assets folder. It's probably not even that many once you start counting them. In the assets folder, there's 1,300. I've written 1,300 scripts for this game. I bet you if I was working on Grand Theft Auto, that would be 130,000, no problem. More like 1.3 million. Yeah, probably. Okay, I just got to get used to it. And you know what? Unity's getting faster compiling anyway in future versions. This is just something I need to just get over. So that was good. We made a decision. That was very executive of me. All right. So it just means a simple refactor at this point. I don't think I'd like to introduce a pseudo scripting interface. I don't think I want to do that. I think I just want to have C# scripts do everything. And I think I just want them to be closer to where they get used, which means less tracing back and less confusion for me. That solves that problem, and I don't need to think about it anymore. All right. So it means that what I can do is I can put the thing here. It'll just be more defined with what it is. And we'll probably use a singleton pattern anyway to bridge the gap. So what I'll do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to go into world graph, and I'm going to make a folder called world graph schedule states. Oh, there's literally a thing called schedules in there. Wow, I already literally was right there. I've already made this decision a bit earlier. Do you ever do that? Like you look at something without context and you go, I don't know what the hell that is. And then you write your own context and then you look at the two and you go, oh, that's literally the same thing. It just wasn't the words I was about to use. So the schedule state container does this. I guess this is now called setup. And then we'll say like world graph equals dot instance. And unfortunately, we're going to have to be doing this a fair bit. This is quite annoying, but okay, that's not so bad. Okay, that could have been much worse. All right. Does this use any? No. So what else does schedule state container do? Maybe this shouldn't inherit from this. It just needs enter, update. This is where it gets really dangerous. I need to make sure I know exactly what I'm inheriting and what I want to use. So like, if I don't want to have to create my own update function, which I don't, because it's going to behave the exact same way, I don't need to define this or this or this. It's literally just that. That's what I really want to be able to do. And then when I go to this, the container has setup, which I mean, we don't need to call this, that's fine. Unless we do, actually. Let's have a look. I don't think so. We don't need this. So we're just going to have set up here for the sake of instantiating the things. But I think it's called like get state or something like that, or set state. There's get state. Uh-huh. And actually, if we go back to this, get state should always return the state. So there's kind of two things here. There's like the external get, and then there's the internal set. So I guess we would say, instead of returning this, we would have nothing here. And we would say state equals. And then that's just, it is what it is. So every time we want to set it up anew, we have to rewrite this. Okay. And then we just call enter, update, get state the same way. Yeah, that all should just work. So now that's going to be the contract. That's all we need to do, is we need to somehow I think there's still a challenge here, because we need to provide a way for the person who's looking at this as a developer at runtime to be able to know where this came from. Like what maybe we could, as long as we can inspect these things, that would be great. These, are they serializable? That would be very good. Maybe. I think right now it's really just that I want to be able to inspect something to see what it's set up with. And maybe go back to the thing that set it. That would be great. Or even just, you know, if this is in the call stack, at least then I can say debug.log, you know. Blah. At least then I can then find what called this. That's fine. So the fact that this is just its own function is fine. I would love to be able to see this data. All right. The thing is, I don't want me later to think that I'm supposed to pass these in. I don't want to do that. It's more like I'm trying to write a custom editor that just inspects this thing with its current settings. And maybe actually, well, maybe that's something we could do in the abstract. The state, I suppose Q state could tell us its fields. Because the thing is, when I back out of this and I clear all this and I go back to this moment here, or in this case, it's fast travel unlock menu state. So we actually haven't even got to that point yet. We've got reveal point of interest. And then we can go here, reveal point of interest. So there's only one place this gets referenced. Yeah, this is the other thing. Is I want to be able to set this also from a script, which means there should be another instance of that reveal point of interest somewhere else. This is really interesting. This is really, really interesting. So, you would say world graph, and you'd have an empty thing called schedulables. And then you would have reveal point of interest. See, like this, not great, right? It's not super interesting. It's not a lot of info that we get just looking at that. Let's ask Chippity if there's a way. Is there a way to define properties that are read only in the Unity inspector, but still serialized, but still shown for debugging purposes? Okay, we can do that. All right, well, maybe we'll try that. But then this read only doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, you have to create one. Is that a Unity editor thing? Serialized field is great. I just don't want to be able to edit it. So it's this part here that I care about. This is kind of cool. Create a read-only attribute. I didn't know you could do that. All right, well, let's do that. Read-only attribute. And is that an editor script? It looks like it's not an editor script. But it uses, it still has limited, it has basically no behavior outside of the Unity editor, but it's not an editor script. So then we just put it inside of scripts, I guess, or like, what do we call this thing? Attribute properties. I'm trying to be better about this. I mean, so let's have a look. I mean, that looks like what I'm looking for. That's what I was hoping to see. And I guess I was hoping for, when I go into, say, like a scene in the game, like this one here, where we get the first quest. I should be able to go to the world graph, go to the schedule that we just created, and then see the info put in there, which I'm not seeing right now, unfortunately. That's because we're not using this yet. So this has got to go. And then we have a public reference to a reveal point of interest. And then that's going to break in the quest manager. And then we're going to say, well, you could say, could still do that. And then here, have a function called no, I might prefer to do it the other way. Something like that, maybe. I just need to confirm the way that I was doing that before. Let's go to the change log and go to the world graph. So I was returning the state. So what I'm looking for is to set the state and return the state. Which, I mean, this knows how to do. So it would be public schedule.state enqueue. What? Set it up and then do that. The old set up and do setup pattern. Yeah, of course. But that already does the enqueuing. Now hang on a second. The flag, the icon, and the thing. I think maybe it's because I've got one too many of these. Yep. And then this should just be maybe I'll call it like instantiate. It's hard for me to justify why this isn't just called getState. I think I don't need to do this. Oops. My only issue is there's only one instance here. So that's where this gets really, really, really tricky. If I ever wanted to queue up 3 different ones of these, I'm doing myself a disservice. Well, no, oh boy. Oh, wow. I think I'm making a mistake. I think I'm violating the playable and the player. I think I'm violating that right now by having the player and the playable be the same asset, the same object. I think this really does, well, oh man. Oh, wow. What is the right way to approach this? Damn, that sucks. I was so close. I can't, I mean, unless I want to instantiate a new game object for every time that I want to do this, which is stupid, then how do I differentiate? If I call this function 4 times, I can't do this because this is going to get overwritten to the most recent one every time. There's only one of these state objects that the mono behavior owns. So is it that we just don't? The whole point of this is that it only holds, like the schedule state container holds an instance of a state. So we need to separate. Oh man, that sucks. It sucks. It might, no, not to reveal them at once, but to queue them up to play one after the other. I might want to queue up 4 points of interest being shown on the screen. This won't work that way because every time I queue up the subsequent ones, the previous ones will be forgotten about. So now, okay. I'm going to run out of time too. I mean, we could do it optionally. Okay. So then this has get state. And it has setup. So get state, generate state, maybe. And then we just return this. And we don't do this. And then otherwise we can say so now this has 2 roles. This can either generate a state for someone else to run at their own leisure, or it can be set up as its own thing. I hate it. I don't think it's good. But it will technically satisfy what we need it to do right now. It's like we just created one of those portable DVD players that only play one thing. Do you remember like back in the day there were those like kids, you can watch like kids TV shows, like it's an episode of SpongeBob on a literal device. That's what I just created. It only knows how to play one episode of SpongeBob. and the screen is this big. Okay. So what that does then is it lets us create more than one of these. So we have our reveal point of interest. It is going to confuse someone later. It's going to confuse me right now. I'm literally about to get confused. Because even if I run this, that means that I won't be able to inspect this and see anything. Chat, I'm about to confuse myself. What? Even worse. What just happened? Oh, I didn't pass in the world graph thing. Oh man, I've got to be so careful about this. It doesn't help me. This does not help me. This move I just made. Got a prospective release date. An internal one maybe, not one that I'm prepared to share. I mean, it's probably still a good idea to separate it out in its own class, but it doesn't help me to do that for this exact problem that we have. If I go here and then I look at the thing, it doesn't have any instance data for me because this was generated from outside of the instance data space. If I go to schedule, maybe it would be nice to be able to show the debug info for this. Maybe that would be good. Because this is the big boy CD player that's playing everything in the game. So this thing, it would be nice if we could inspect the things that it knows how to do, but those things they're not all one data type. They're all kinds of different things that have different stuff. So really the text is probably the best you can do. I don't know. Tricky, 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 tricky. We haven't solved our problem. It still doesn't, I mean, like the first problem was, hey, we're in this context where we have our thing. Let's go over here, 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 here. Okay. We have this thing and we want to assign a thing to it. Maybe we just keep going down the path. So let's create another one called Fast Travel Unlock Menu State. I'm just going to commit to this a little bit. So we have this thing that says fast travel unlocked. It'll say fast travel unlocked, and then it'll open the menu and do some stuff. And right now, that's passed in through... the heck? Through this thing, fast travel unlock menu state. So what I want to know right now is like, where is this referenced in the game right now? That's like the first thing. Like, what property has this? You know what? That's another thing we could think about is like, is there a way to reverse reference it? So like, I just want to know, I want to be able to click on something that says, what's this bound to? In timelines, you have this concept of bindings. This is game objects in this scene that populate this asset for this instance. That's kind of what I'm looking for here, which is like, when I go into this fast travel unlock state, this thing, it'd be nice to say, hey, this thing is getting what it does from this object. Because right now, I don't know where it's getting it from. Like, I don't know where fast travel unlock menu state, like what reference is that? Literally, it's like, it's here, but it's not being used. Yeah. Okay. So it's like, if it's not null, set it up this way. This is the stuff I don't like. This needs to go. And I think what's troubling me about it is that this seems to know, this has information about what something else can provide. But why do we need to be here? That's the problem. I think I'm getting closer and closer now. Uh-huh. Okay. I think I've got it. So what this needs to do is, this is the pattern we're going to use. I'm making this up, and I think I got it. So we've got the world graph, right? And it has some schedules. We'll call them features for now. It has some features, A, B, C, D, E. Those exist here. That's where they exist. And these, we'll call them, we'll call this list of things generators. So these things generate instances of the features that they are supposed to represent. So an instance of revealing a beacon on the map, right? A point of interest. Then we have containers. That live on timelines. And the container has a reference on it for the generator that it's going to be tied to. So this container says, I will contain a state of type A, generated from the world graph. And if I double click on this, I'll go straight to here, which is here. So these are game objects. They're scripts on game objects. So the player does directly point to the state that it's going to. The CD player has a pointer that tells us which state it's going to be playing. And the CDs are over here. And because this is virtual code world, CDs aren't singles. They're like Spotify. These are where we're streaming from. This is the server and this is the tracks. So this says, hey, I want to queue up an instance of this track A. And then it's going to be here. We can see it. We can read it. We know what it is. And the fact that this is track A, that has no bearing on this or anything like that. Anyone else can also pull track A, and they can be at different points in the playback of it, and it's fine. So instead of thinking about like CD players, let's think about it like Spotify. So the player does need to be instanced, and it does need to be unique, and it does need to be, thought of as like an asset, and it is going to be generic. Well, it already is a state machine. So this is going to still be generic, but what it's going to have on it is another... Yeah. I know what I'm doing. We need like a reference here called like generator or something, or like an instance of whatever this reveal point of interest is. This is more like schedule state provider is what this is, or like schedule state generator, or serialized schedule state, or schedule.state generator. We'll call it a generator, just like that. Factory. That's the pattern. Yeah, that's correct. It's a factory. So all this does is get state, and all it does is return this, and it doesn't have its own internal thing called that. Doesn't know anything about any of that. Unfortunately, we can't get these for now. Okay. What is a schedule? Oh, we have a class called state. Mono behavior. Abstract. But we won't know what the parameters are. It's not going to work. The whole point of this is that this information can only be, I guess we just have no definition of what that does. We just don't know. So the factory doesn't even have anything in it. It's just a thing of type mono behavior. Well, that can't work. But maybe it'll be all right. We'll just see. It might work. Okay. So this would be like, it would just be get state at that point. And this needs to be called like Oof. For now, we'll just leave it at that. So, this has a public factory called Factory. It's still no good. It's still no good because the instance data that relates to this is not known to us. So when I have this factory thing, what do I plug into it? Even if I want to plug this factory into it, we go game engine, world graph, schedulables, reveal point of view. Even if I can plug that in there, which is great, it's awesome that I can do that. I still can't call that function until I know what instance data I need. And I can't pass in the instance data unless I'm this guy who has that instance data for fast travel unlock. Well, in this case, fast travel unlock might actually not need... This is just a sequence instance. So actually this can get its state without any parameters. But even then, is there anything that it does? No, that's not right. Menu? Well, here, for example, we need that false. We can't know if this has even one parameter. We can't provide it without context. So ugly. I hate this. I hate it. What's the answer? I just can't find it. I'm just asking for something that's just not very feasible, I think. Fast travel menu state.setup. Let's think. I'm sure we can. I'm not giving up yet. Fast travel menu state.setup world graph instance. So somewhere this thing needs to be called. Like fast travel menu unlocked is something that world graph fast travel unlock fast travel. This thing here, we would cut this out and we would go to reveal point of interest. Let's undo that quickly. We go to reveal point of interest. And we would make a new one called fast travel unlock. Probably should be called unlock fast travel. Yeah, I mean, dependency injection is that's the thing I'm scared of. It feels dirty because then if anything changes about the parameters that it needs, the instance data is just wrong. So it's really a question of like who should be responsible or who can be responsible for providing that information. Yeah. Like even that. No, that's okay. Okay, so is that the same now as list state states if return that? Okay, so now we would go into world graph, schedulables, create empty, unlock fast travel. Probably should be called schedule. Unlock fast travel. That's what that's called. What? Oh. The previous name that I called it didn't change the script. World graph, unlock fast travel factory, unlock fast travel. Something should be broken here. There. Okay. So, one more thing. Where is it? Bro, what am I looking at here? Ah, there. Okay. So then from fast travel unlock menu state, you would have this goes to unlock fast travel. Again, now at least I know where I'm looking for this thing, which is great. Global variables honestly is not an invalid answer to this question. It's not totally invalid. So the question is, who knows? Well, let's ask the question for this one specifically. For unlocking fast travel, what do we need? We need a Boolean for whether or not we're going to close the map after we finish. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Maybe you're right. Maybe a generic dependency injection thing is necessary here. Yeah. I think what we can do is get a parameter. What we can do is we can define an interface or a kind of standard, like you just said, define a standard for querying the factory for which parameters it expects. And then you can just provide a set of generic fields for that. And then inside of the cutscene or wherever, somewhere, you have to abide by that interface by populating this thing with the instance variables. I mean, again, super ugly, man. Wow. Can't really get around it though, can you? Basically, what I'm saying is providing this field then auto-populates a set of extra properties that then or auto-creates a set of properties that then you have to pass in either at runtime or at editor time. That's the only way. I think I would be okay with that. I think I'd be okay with that. Especially if I could then see them inside of the cutscene. If I could click this and see those properties here, that'd be great. That would actually solve a lot of my issues. Because I would just know at this point inside of the timeline, I'm going to be passing, when I'm here, I'm going to be passing this thing in. And actually, yes, it has to be this way. Okay. I think I've bought into this idea. It feels awkward, but it also feels like it'll be secure, so that when we get to this point where we're in the game and we're making stuff happen, I won't be left asking how this stuff is all plugged in. I'll see all the instance references. I'll see all the data. When the game is running, I'll be able to see it populate here, hopefully. I can't really think of a better way to do this. If you're going to do it generically, this is how you have to do it. And the alternative would be you don't do it generically, which means that we go back to that issue of before of there still needs to be well, is it better? Let's just ask the question. If we went back to the old implementation where providing one of these is the same, the factory and the player are the same thing, then I think it just provides, like you said, it provides confusion as to like how to use it, which is not great. I want there to be one source of truth for how it gets generated. So if that's the case, you could avoid there being individual scripts going all the way back. What you could do is have there be, it's better this way. Pass this in, you get the fields. I think we've come full circle. I think that's it. So it'll be something like this. It's like there will be a function called on all of the generators. There'll be a function called get fields. Which returns a list of, I don't know, object, serializable object, I don't know what they are. Something. Essentially, the things that go in here, the dependencies. A list of dependencies. And it could be, yeah, these are the keys of which we will pass in the values here. So then this get fields will be used to populate underneath our thing here. This is now factory. Oh my God. We'll then have, a bunch of fields that we populate based on the contents of what was returned to us from get fields when a factory has been populating this field. When there's a factory nominated, we create the below fields based on what comes back from get fields. Then at runtime, when we press set or whatever, setup, these get passed into the generator to provide a valid set of instance, a valid instance of the function to get the state. So it's just every factory's job to provide a public list of serializable, I don't know, something. It could just be object or types, but it's more than, well, it could be types. It could be string. We could have a parser. Can you not do a list of types? It's not objects. It is types. It's like the things that are going into the function. It's this subject. I don't think that's a thing. I think it's type, but I don't know what types is with the. What is this? Is it just that I'm not using like system or something? Using system. Does that help? Ah, yeah, that helps. Okay, cool. Just like that. And then this has to say get dependencies. So this would be like, and it would be nice to have names as well. So now type isn't good enough. It's type and a name. It's a list of type string. That's right. Bool, close after. Exactly. Which is, pretty ugly that we have to do that, but it's not horrendous. Especially with GPT helping us. Okay. So now we need a thing called editor. Editor. And maybe actually let's just check to see if, nah, can't be. Is there a way inside the get state you can query either a generic DI interface or a singleton for the close after state? I don't think there's an easy way. I don't think we can expect for all states to have generic like defaults. Is that what you're saying? Like, is there a way to just make it so that if you provide nothing or something like that, then it just knows how to do it so that you don't have to do these? I don't think we can get around these. What are we trying to solve right now? Okay, let me explain. It's so hard to explain. Basically, in my game, I have cutscenes. Inside the cutscenes, there are some things that are parametric, things that you don't know until runtime, or things that can be different in different instances of that cutscene. So like opening up the map and revealing a point of interest on that map in the middle of a cutscene needs to be known at runtime, and you can't know it at editor time, or at least you can't know it in the asset definition. So the asset definition has a socket that we then provide something into that's going to populate that later. And what I'm trying to do is define it so that that thing that contains, that's responsible for all that information, can basically represent anything while still being traceable, so that when I click on something here in the instance, I can say, oh, okay, unlock fast travel is this thing. And when I click on it, I get to see the actual logic of what's being instantiated, or what this thing is. So these instructions are going to be called inside of this. When this hits this blue thing here, bink, it's going to then go here to here to here to here to here and run that code. And the exact problem we're trying to solve right now is that that code that needs to get run has parameters, right? The code has like this. This could be lots of different things. So like reveal point of interest has like 1, 2, 3 parameters. So how do you know which parameters to provide at runtime when you're here? How do you know what to give it? You need to give this thing a bunch of parameters to make it do its thing, but you're stuck in the editor and you don't have much information on that. So that's the next thing. Not defaults, like literally in the get state call, it has get close after or equivalent, which the particular information of the states that require the close after can retrieve, thereby avoiding injecting specifically the close after. Let me stop. I'm really having a hard time parsing what you're saying. Not defaults, like literally in the get state call, it has get close after. So like here, rather than having this, you're saying remove the parameter and then have something else. But then who calls get close after? Who has that? Who is responding to that? Who owns get close after? This thing? Unlock fast travel? This doesn't have any context. The context has to come from somewhere, right? No, I'm not going to have a global state. I'm going to provide the state dependencies in the editor afterwards, or at editor time. Or if I can do it at editor time, I will. I'm going to populate this editor with the fields that this thing expects. And if I can pass them in, I will. Otherwise, I will have something else populate it. I don't really know how else to do this. I could, do you know what I could do? I could provide some sort of like unique interfaces or... No. Oh man, this is hard. Yeah, don't worry about it, Poirier. The idea that I'm thinking about right now is this thing, which has a function that knows how to call that information, could be something that I pass in here as well. I have like the factory, and I have like the factory, the like commander or something. I don't know what I would call it. Would calling getState with a serializable data struct instead of primitives help at all? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Do I create some sort of data object? Well, the data struct is okay. What it means, this Foreman, yeah, what it means is that I have a thing that like, it's hard to explain, but it's basically, it's almost like an interface where I say, hey, this factory thing, this container has two things. It has a factory and then another field, which is the we'll call it vendor. And the vendor and the factory shake hands by virtue of the fact that they both, like this, pardon me, this has some sort of serializable dependencies. And then this is an instance of a thing that provides those dependencies. That would be a way to do it. And if you don't want to use this, you can alternatively just pass them in yourself. The fields in the serializable dependencies wrapper. So you either provide them at editor time or you pass in the thing that's going to provide them at runtime. Maybe that would be nice if we could do that. I want another description of what needs to be done during runtime parameter-wise. Well, an example, the best example I can give you is well, this isn't going to work anymore. Actually, it might. So let me explain. I'll do my best job of giving an example that works. Hopefully it will work. So, Rose is a character. When you talk to Rose, she gives you a quest. That quest, right, opens up the map. I didn't open it up. The quest opens up the map, and the quest zooms out and reveals a specific node on the map. And then it stamps a beacon on that, and then resumes back to our current node, and then closes. Okay, all of that stuff that just happened. So knowing that we are at Armin's house right now, knowing that we are trying to reveal the Athenium, and that we want to put a beacon on it, and what that beacon is, that all is happening in those parameters. The parameters say, these are the things we want to do with this instance of reveal point of interest. The fact that we want to do a reveal point of interest, we can assign that in the asset for the cutscene to say, hey, like at the end of this, we're going to reveal a point of interest. But like at this point in time, we don't know what that point of interest is. We don't know where we're going, blah, blah, blah. That's all going to be handled at runtime. It doesn't matter if it's known at compile time. Like this is going to have to work for all possible things that are like this. So like in that particular instance, close after, maybe, yes, no, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. The answer to that question needs to be both yes and no for the solution to be good. Some things you will know at compile time, some things you won't. Like these ones are not known at compile time. Like this map stuff, if I was in a different scene, you would show that scene as the start point and you would load somewhere else. Like later on, you talk to Harriet later, and it reveals a point of interest from a different place to another different place, not those two that we just saw. So it's not known at compile time. Well, we're getting into the weeds here. I prefer to just sort of work on it if I could, but for now, I'll just explain. The core of this is this, right? Or this here, right? This is like a state, and it doesn't have to be this, but this is an example of a schedulable object. Schedules are just things that happen later. So a cutscene happens, and then a quest gets unlocked, and then inside of that quest, something else happens. And schedules can be nested. So the point is that inside of a cutscene in the game, I have a nested set of schedules, one of which shows the fast travel, or the beacon that we've just unlocked. So like, this teleporter, for example, has a sequence called fast travel unlocked. This little blue box here, that needs to be something that can be scheduled later. Meaning, essentially what this does is this queues up when a scheduled thing gets played. And a schedulable, all it knows is that it's a state, that it has an enter, that it does some stuff, and it has an exit. So this thing provides one of those states. And it happens to be a state that has like a bit of a factory pattern where we can assign it here in this function. So like this whole thing, unlock fast travel, it's just like, here's a bunch of instructions basically that we want to do at runtime. But those instructions need some instance variables to know how to do it. A better example is reveal point of interest. Here's a bunch of instructions. It doesn't have to be just a bunch of instructions. It can be its own whole cutscene that's an asset. But in this case, state, they both inherit from state. So in this case, that's what we just watched. The map open up, go over there, unlock that node, blah, blah, blah. So what this is doing is basically saying, hey, I'm going to expect something to fill this out. I'm in the asset here. At asset creation time, I don't know what's going to run here. I expect it to be, the world map opens up and then reveals a point of interest to travel to or something. Whatever. Then I have some object that's going to essentially hold the scheduled logic, in this case, this. And then I'm going to play that back using the global schedule player or the timeline, right? The timeline's going to say, hey, it's time to play it. So this thing, schedule state container, is just a box within which you put a thing that's going to play later. And with these kinds of states that are very very procedural, it's like logic, it's not an asset, it's just like some code. That code has dependencies. So that box, this thing, needs to be given, it needs to be able to give or store the parameters for that logic. And the current thing we were thinking about was to do essentially dependency tracking by having a list of fields that we're going to need to pass into this function. The list of parameters is known. The values of those parameters is not known. Like, I can say that I need a quest flag and a sprite and a boolean. I can't say what that value is going to be. The value is going to be stored inside of the container, but from somewhere at some point. We don't know. It's going to be it should be completely unknown to us, or determined by us if we happen to know. Like here, if I know what I want to pass in here in this particular instance, then yeah, sure, I'll write it in. But if I don't know, I need to provide some link to something that will know how to provide those dependencies. At least that's the current model we're working with. The other way we could approach this is, there's lots of other ways we could approach it. You can't invoke those runtime values if you pass them, for instance, via some serialization. No, you can. I could, but I'm saying Adam, me, I don't know. I won't always know what they are. Could is one thing. You can invoke them, but there will be times when I don't know what I want to put inside those variables. At editor time, like right now, the game is not running. I don't know what scene we're in. I don't know which beacon we're going to unlock. It depends on what room we're in. So I can't pre-populate this with the information like, hey, here's the quest flag for the main quest we just unlocked, which, Atreus, it's both. What we are questioning right now is the holistic strategy of how ought we do this. I can do it this way. It's just, will this provide a good experience for me as the developer using it this way? That's the question. And I'm not actually certain that this is the best way to do it. So yeah, Dashalev, you got it. You understand. That's the current proposed idea, is to have those states store their own parameters as a way to be gotten, and then the container populates its inspector with those parameters, and then we fill them out, or we pass in something that can fill them out later. What's the reason for refactoring? Drag. Too much drag. Tools no worky good. So yeah, we're gonna do this. It's probably not gonna be, I'm probably going to discard everything I did today, but I want to try it anyway. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and we'll try it. You guys get it. That was you summarized it very well in chat. I'm actually very surprised because usually when I'm trying to solve this kind of thing, I just spend all day explaining it to chat and nobody understands and I get nothing done. But it's been pretty good today. All right, we're going to keep going. I'm just going to pursue this until its natural conclusion so that I know that this pathway is going to work or not going to work. And if something presents itself that's valuable, we'll chase that. All right. So in order to do this, we need an editor for the schedule state container. So let's do that. So oh, come on, man. I hate when Unity does that. It steals focus when it finishes compiling. It's like, I'm done. Look at me. I'm like, you have nothing to show me. It did it again. Get out of here. I don't think it's editor window. I think it's editor. Bro. What is this called? It's just editor. Seriously. Is there a way to, I'm going to Google it. Is there a way to stop Unity taking focus when it finishes compiling? Let's see if Jippity knows. Look for focus related settings. I don't think so. I think it's just a thing that it does. All right. So actually sequence instance inspector, it is editor. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, the third Google entry? Maybe I missed it. Oh yeah. No, that's that's not quite what I want. I think it's hot reload that's doing this. Asset pipeline. It's off. I think it's hot reload auto compiling and then doing an asset refresh itself or something like that. Maybe there's settings that we can do. I think it is this asset refresh. But it's like, I don't want it to, I want it to refresh the assets. I just don't want it to steal focus when it does it. I think we just have to deal with it for now. It won't do it anymore because we just made compiler changing stuff. Yeah, it does it. It's very intermittent. Yeah, it worked. Okay, sweet. So, yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, look at that. We might need to... I bet you it won't be able to do that. We might have to make it serializable. But I don't know if you can serialize system.type. Exactly, Saravati. Go AI, but not for art. I feel the same way. How do you explain that to people? All right, event marker editor. Method info, not method info. This is what I used to do. Get parameters. And that is a parameter info, which is a, what is it? Using system reflection. Yeah. I do something similar to this already. In there's a thing that calls functions in my timeline. So I think I want to use that. It uses reflection to do it though. As long as you're not... Are you sure IL2CPP doesn't work? Because I'm pretty sure I do use it. Or maybe I use mono. I guess alright. Custom method info. Did I make this? Wow, okay. This feels... Did I really write this? Where did I get this from? But it's very like basic. Boolean, integer, float, string, object. Object feels... a little bit not right. But I mean, at a certain point, there's not really going to be an easy other way to... That's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much all you can do. I mean, if I press comma, GPT is not going to suggest anything else because I don't think there's much else you can do. I mean, vector, maybe? But like, I'd love to put sprites in there as well. Like, what else? This is where it gets a bit ugly. Because like, I don't know what I'm going to need. Could be anything. But then, do I want to support anything or do I just want to support some things? So it's going to have to be this custom parameter info array, which, is it serializable? It is. So then I think that's probably what we want to try. See if it knows how to do that. Serialized reference. I don't know if that... What is serialized reference for? I think I know what that is. I think I've used it before. Oh, serialized reference. Yo, dude, I'm going to ban you if you keep asking me that question. Or telling me that instruction. Serialized reference. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously not going to make them a mod. We'll just... You get one more chance. But is it just a property, serialized reference, or is there a thing called serialized reference? It's an attribute. But like, do you know what I don't know what the reference is. I don't know what I'm needing it to be. So how can I can't assign the attribute to something that I don't know the details of yet. Like this is method info for parameters of a function that I don't know yet. Could you make the fields on the factory directly? The compile time ones are editable. The runtime ones are read-only. The factory has a create function, which requires the runtime params and uses them to construct the instance. Then, could the factory game object be in the list as is? Yeah, but hang on. Let's just satisfy Elzac for a second. Public object data. It's okay. I mean, that's in the editor. You want me to put it somewhere else? Like here? I don't know what I'm expecting to see here. Yeah, I just did that. You want me to just say whatever? I mean, what is it? What is it that we're trying to do here? But that has to be... I don't understand. Okay, this doesn't help me at all because I don't know what... But I can't mark... I don't have the properties in order to mark them as serializable. I don't have them yet. I'm deriving them based on what gets put into a field. So I can't say serialize this because I don't know what I'm serializing. Hey Rory, welcome. How do you get motivated to start something and stick through with it? Game dev has been tough for me to begin again. Oh, you're asking me like the real philosophical questions here, and I've had certain answers to these questions before, and I feel like these days I'm less certain. I think it requires a lot of internal navigation. I think you have to understand what it is that you want out of game development in order to find motivation. I think if you don't know why you're doing it, then it will be very hard for you to meet your expectations. And typically, I think it's because you probably have different kinds of expectations of yourself that are incompatible, at least for now. It might be that you have ambitions to be a great game designer one day, but also you have the need to be able to make things that you have the capability for. Maybe you can't make the kinds of games that you want to be able to make one day. And so the disconnect between what you want to be responsible for making and what you can actually do right now can be demotivating. It's like, I want to be able to run a marathon, but training for a marathon is not fun, you know? So understanding how to align your expectations with with the thing that's just beyond where you are right now, and enjoying that, right? Like, if you enjoy training, then it won't be difficult to get some outcome out of your training because that's what you enjoy. So setting your goals as, I want to learn how to do this month, and I'm going to get excited about learning how to do 3D modeling this month. Then you don't have to set your expectations as finish a game. Your expectations can be learn some modeling. I think that will give you more motivation because it's more achievable. So having like a very, just like a set of things that you're excited about expanding your horizons on, I think that would be good. There's a thing here that I've been sort of struggling with recently. We've talked about it on stream a lot, very recently, of like, what should you be doing? Like, what kinds of games should you want to make? But I don't have a great answer to that. Part of me selfishly wants people to make bigger games and wants people to release fewer games. Like, I genuinely think that there's a case to be made that if fewer people released their games until they were capable of making better games, that the market would be better for everybody. But that's a very hard thing to say, and I don't know if it's a fair thing to say. It's just like it would be nice if we had more quality and less quantity in the market. And I think that the problem with it is that I can't expect anyone. Making games is so hard that nobody can be expected to wait until they're good enough. And who gets to decide when it's good enough? That's too hard to say. Elzak says, maybe I'm getting it wrong, but I assume you had some sort of quest object that required different types of data. So I would put the code for what data is needed. No. This is like a generic at runtime call for any function that could be necessary to populate something that's going to go in here. So it's like, for example, placing a point of interest on the map requires the current scene, the scene that we're going to place the point of interest on, and what kind of beacon or marker we're going to place there. Those three things are not known to me, even at editor time, until I plug in this fast travel unlock state. That thing that I've plugged into this has dependencies, and those dependencies can be then printed. But if I remove this, I don't know what I'm serializing. This container is a generic container, so it doesn't even know what properties it needs to store as instance variables for this function until we populate the function. So there is nothing to mark as serialized field. Okay, I'm going to keep going because otherwise we're going to get caught up. Can't you put the list of dependencies into a data field when you plug it into the field? Yes, but that list of dependencies is going to be created by the editor. They're going to be in a function that populates the editor. They're not going to be in a they're not going to be here. There's going to be a function called get dependencies. And then it's just an object. So I can print out, in a custom editor, I can print out the fields, but it's not an object. It's not one kind of object that has all the different kinds of dependencies in it. Or at least I hadn't planned to do it that way. Like I'm trying to provide fields for myself for the exact things that I need. Why not make that function return a class that describes the layout of the data it needs? Well, because I don't want it to return a class because it's going to need to make custom classes for everything. I mean, maybe that's doable. Maybe. Like if we go back to, let me just have a look. Reveal point of interest, right? See this? This is a bunch of parameters that this needs in order to do this sequence of steps. Right now, I'm just providing a list of key value pairs of a system type and a string. What you're saying is, why not create like a class out of this that's called whatever and make that serializable? A list is also an object. Yes, but you're saying pass the thing in. I'm saying what do we... Anyway, I'm just going to try... I think I can satisfy what you're saying. Yeah, you guys are all... I'm starting to not be able to like think for myself here because there's too many conversations happening at once. Too much backseating happening. So, yes, we could have a container class called public class POI params, or just parameters. And make this these things, and make this system.serializable. The thing is, that's not a common thing. If I make a bunch of these classes, factory needs to be able to return something of type something. Let's just for a second. Well, we can't use this anymore. But we can have the factory return an object. And then I mean, sure, we could do what we were going to do. All right, and then in container, I will do something like that. It would be cool to have a timer so that it goes off after 5 minutes. Yeah, that'd be great. I can see you, chat. Hello.
Do you want anything at the shops?
No. Do you know what? Those oat bars. Do you know the ones?
Green?
The Valley, Nature Valley, whatever they're called.
Oh,
The green ones.
there's 2 green ones.
Not the crumbly ones.
Those,
the
careful,
baked-
because they're golden.
I know. Nature's something. Do you know what I mean? You know the ones.
Oat bars.
Yeah. Yeah, those.
What's the great spell?
Or the ones with apple. I don't know if they have apple ones.
OT chip.
Those have got chocolate chips. I don't want those ones.
OT?
Yeah.
That's the brand.
Okay, that one. It doesn't really, at that point, whatever you get's right. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do.
Baked OT slices.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right. Thanks.
I'm getting chicken and
Cody slices.
for dinner. Just chicken, vegetables, and
We've got the cauliflower and broccoli. And we've got carrots too if we really want to do more. Bye. Oh, we can't have peanut butter in the house. So like, you want me to say like, serialized reference dependencies, and then you say that. The thing is, I don't know anything deeper than object. So I'm saying, how does Unity even know how to draw that? At the editor level, I guess, like, it's not going to automatically give me the field for it. Need to draw the serialized property. Oh, I see. Really? Is that a thing you can do? What the hell, dude? That's witchcraft. Okay. All right. That is insane. All right. Fair enough. Yep. Okie dokie. Appreciate you. What the hell? Thank you. I'll just be quiet now. So this, I can just say unlock reveal point of interest. But then why doesn't it give me those? Now it doesn't know how to do that. Maybe I didn't do it properly. Oh, that's because it's empty. Oh no, that's right. Serializable. That's all good. Debug force play. Debug. No, hang on a second. No. Hang on. We've confused ourselves. That's not, it didn't work. We didn't get anything. Let's try that. Hang on. I think we just needed to tab a couple more times. Now we got it. Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. Okay. Whoa, how does it even know that? That's even crazier. Sweet. But they're not editable. That, honestly, Elzak, that is actually insane that this worked. Whoa. I mean, we're so close. I don't really understand how to go further. Is this right? No. I want it in the editor. I don't, well, maybe long term it could be on the track. Maybe. The point is that, if I can backpedal a little bit to show you why I need to do any of this stuff. It's not just so that I can I'm not just trying to put that kind of stuff in here. It's basically, well, anything can go in this blue box. Anything. Full cutscenes, whatever I want. So I have this thing called a schedule state, which is just like any kind of in-game whatever that that could play that has a play and a pause and an exit, or like an enter and an exit. One of those, the thing that this maps to then is it needs some kind of a container. So the track has a container asset, which in this case is our, like in the fast travel sequence, we've got this fast travel unlocked state or whatever. And so there's this additional, just for now, it doesn't, I don't know if it'll have to be this way, but for now, there's a game object in the scene that contains the instance data for what's going in that blue box. So when you say in the track, right now, this is as in the track as I expect to get. The track has a reference to an object. The object has all of the instance data. Maybe it would be nice if we could render it in the track, you know, if I didn't have to go that far, but I still need to bind it to something. That's the thing. I need a track binding, or a clip binding, right? Can't the data field then be on the schedule data container? Can't the data field be on the schedule data container? It is. It is on the schedule data container. That's what we're doing. Here's the container. This is the dependencies field that's grayed out. Isn't that what you're saying? Hang on a second. No, it is in the editor. You're totally right. I got confused about what we were talking about. Might be. Yeah, dude. Sorry. Here. That's what you were trying to say. Sorry, my guy. Language confusion. Sometimes it takes me a second to get to... When you said editor, you meant like the editor for the thing. Hey, there it is. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's so good, dude. That's so friggin' cool. Holy shit. That is just astounding. So let's ask the question, can we go one step further? Probably not. Probably not. Also, this on exit is really annoying me. Okay. Wow, I can't believe we're this far. And then this debug force play is just something completely separate. Okay. Dude, you just saved me so much effort. You saved me so much time just now. Like an absurd amount of time. I don't even know if I'm gonna remember how serialized references work after this. Yep, you get a cookie. You get a clinker, a free one. Hey, Bankshot. Thanks for the sub. What color, Elzak? Free clinker. And this is from the bag that doesn't have all greens in it. Pink. Oh, it's a bad one. also it's yellow. Or is that green? I can't even tell. Yellow. Sorry, buddy. Well, you had a try. Okay. All right, so this is insane. I'm still in awe that this actually just worked. Reflection feels like such a dirty thing, and then you use it and it's like, oh no, it's all right. Like, it feels like it's evil. It feels like it's like there's something like principally wrong about reflection. Why does drawing default inspector at the end cause so much hassle? I put it up here, it works. I put it down here, it doesn't work. I do this, it doesn't work. Why do I have to draw default inspector? Oh, that's no good. Okay, I don't think it was anything to do with that. Hey, Kaido. Ahlan. Something about draw parameters. It needs to have drawn the default inspector to do this somehow. If I put it here, still works. It's throwing exceptions still. I don't understand that. That's so weird. What? Except if I do this, fine. Not fine. What is this? Okay. Right. Let's just ignore that then. Let's just put this down here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Should still work. It does work. Oh, the default inspector already does it. So I don't even need to draw the parameters manually because it's not part of this. Well, I still probably want to do something like that. But yeah, ultimately, why do I need to? What if I just don't draw the default inspector then, and then I just draw the parameters? That doesn't work. So what is it about this? Is it called dependencies? Is this right? Aha, that's why. Ah, there we go. Okay, it was because we used the wrong subject of that. Okay, much better. So Yeah. So now what I'd like to do is I only want to draw the dependencies view. I mean, if I close this and say none, this should be null. Correct. So if I set this to none, we get nothing. But we still want to draw the property for the factory no matter what. So if I turn this off, if I turn it off, okay, what? I can't do that anymore. The apply modified properties. Thanks. Okay, cool. So that's great. What happens is this is draw factory. Okay. And then this is like, okay. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna think about that, and then I thought, I don't know if it's gonna change at all. Which on enable it shouldn't change, right? I think I just have to recompile that. Cool. Okay. So why does that not work? Why does that work and that doesn't work? Oh, it does work. Oh, that was weird. Maybe it was just a inspector issue. I'm not sure what that was. So now at runtime, there's one more thing. You're addicted. I haven't started playing it yet. Actually, what I did was I was like, I've got Lies of P. I actually have Indiana Jones and the Great Circle on my PC as well. And I was like, I want to see if I can set up streaming, like high bandwidth streaming on my TV in the next room. And so I downloaded something called Moonlight and Sunshine, which is like a server. Sunshine is a server that you can create on your computer. And then Moonlight is basically a client for LG TVs, for WebOS TVs. And you have to go through, you know, it's like a homebrew app. So you have to go through, like, get a developer mode license or whatever. And then it's good. It was better than streaming Steam family sharing. Did you really just do that, poor Ant? That's crazy. That's actually absurd. Steam streaming was way choppier from like a laptop to my computer, just like family sharing. That sucked. Sunshine and Moonlight were better, but I don't know if it was like great. I still don't know if it was perfect. Like, it's good. Yeah, it was like, it wasn't, the frame rate didn't feel as responsive as I would want it. If I was playing Lies of P, I think I'd just play it on the computer. I don't know if I can afford to have that much not latency, but like, you know, the stream itself has a latency with responding to the frames. Streaming from Switch? Oh, that's easy. You just have your Switch on your desk and you have an HDMI splitter to a capture card. I can do that. That doesn't require any server magic. That's just literally hardware. All right. It's just that I'd have to run like a 10-meter HDMI cable. That's all. It's not about streaming it. It's that I want to play it on my TV. I just want to play it on my TV. That's all. It's on my computer. I just want to sit on my lounge. Okay, so runtime mode is if basically we need to pass this first and say if application.isPlaying, if target.state then we say so if the state isn't null and the factory is null and the application is playing, that means that something else set this up. Otherwise, we can just show the normal stuff. I think this else might have to be the else for the next thing down. All right. So let's actually focus on trying to do something here valuable before we have to go. The only thing left is this unlock menu state does have a thing. I guess we need the fast travel unlocked beat, which would probably be best to be checked here. And then factory still works, right? Yeah. So when we go to point of interest, it still has get state, still has get dependencies. So you can just do it from a script and it won't require anything. So if I just want to play the fast travel unlocked sequence, I saw it just there. I click U and I click play. Okay. This moment here, what did we do? We click this, go to the timeline for fast travel unlocked sequence, and we're here. And this has a queue state that populated it. Ah, that's because I'm still using the old system where I was passing it in directly from the teleporter. Oh, that's really important. So yes, this needs to let's go back to teleporter, and then this says unlock fast travel factory.get state. Set up this here. Okay, so here we want to say mono behavior parent, and then we'll say that, and then in the editor we'll say I mean, it's public, but I want to hide it in the inspector. It's pubic. Okay. So fast travel unlocked, we press play. We can check this, we can check that. We can press go. We can double click this. And then it says from parent, and then it doesn't say who it's from. But that's because we didn't supply the parent when we passed it in. So we need to see where setup is being called on teleporter, and then we want to say this. Yeah, from teleporter. That's what we want. And then I think I do want to reveal it in the inspector. So this maybe we can hide it in Inspector, but then here we can draw the parent there if it's not null. Okay, so, man, we're actually solving this problem. There it is. Oh, and I can click it too. Hooray! And I can see what set the thing. Oh, that saves me so much. That's going to save me so much heartache. Oh, Jesus. Okay, now we've solved the problem that I started today with. Jeez Louise. So, what's next? I think actually in this context, that's as far as I think I need to go. There was one other thing, which is that right now it's like this. Let me show you. It's like this. Here's your timeline. Here's a clip. The clip has an inspector with a field that tells you the container. The container has an inspector with a factory. This is okay, the container has a factory, and the factory has a parent or parent, depending on what we actually did. Whether we set it from the inspector or we set it at runtime. So, the only thing now is, let me try not to forget. Currently, if we're going to set it from a parent, that is some game object in the hierarchy. Okay, this game object that just lives elsewhere, that's French objet. This thing that says, hey, like, I know there's this container here. And I'm just going to do you a solid and populate you because I'm set up to do that. That just feels a bit arbitrary. So like right now, it's the teleporter. Well, it's not arbitrary from the teleporter's perspective because the teleporter says, hey, I know I have the fast travel unlocked sequence. And because I'm the teleporter and I know what room I'm in, I know where we are. So I can say where we're unlocking fast travel from and which beacon we're using and which ability that we're actually unlocking that's attached to this fast travel. So like all the instance data to populate this schedule state container is in the teleporter. Meaning it's kind of like either the teleporter's job is to just populate this child, and as long as we press play and we can see that teleporter here, as long as we can see this and it's fine. The alternative way to do it would be to have a field at editor time where this thing says, hey, I'm going to get my instance data from this game object. I've linked it up, I've set it up. That's the game object that I want my instance data to come from. It keeps it all here. It means it's all here, and we don't have to go looking. We don't have to go looking because at play mode, at runtime, it's there. We can find it. But to stop us from even having to go at runtime and see that this teleporter happens to have this, then we would need to have a function or some interface or something here that allows us to say, here's the instance data you're looking for. I'm just not sure how easy that would be. Because how do we know that teleporter is able to provide that info? Yeah. It just might be a bit ambitious at this point. Let's try to go that extra step. I just hate the fact that I don't know that teleporter is the script that populates this. I hate that. I hate that I don't know it. There's just no other way, unless like the teleporter was coded in such a way that it knew the factory that it was designed to query from. Like here in schedulables, unlock fast travel is here. If teleporter knows that it is a thing that can provide the instance data for that, which we could give it a function or something. Yeah. Because what even is this? Let's have a look. It says if schedule state container is not null, give it this instance data. Using, it's not even anything. I mean, this is pretty nothing. But this one is more interesting. Abilities to spotlight. List of ability scriptable. When we show ability beacons, these are the ones we want to show. I don't really know what this does. Let's have a look. Move to map location, reveal node, stamp icon. And it's doing that in a loop. I see. And then hang on. Okay. I don't know if we need to go this deep at this point. I have not looked at Odin Inspector. I know about Odin Inspector. I just haven't bought it. Isn't it subscription based? The things you do in Start. I think it would be okay. It's just how do I do this the other way? So this class has these containers and it knows to populate them. The container is a generic class that doesn't know to have a teleporter. So I would need to, based on the factory pattern, like here, if I say, hey, this fast travel unlock menu is going to get a unlock fast travel behavior from the world graph. Therefore, we have some dependencies that we can grab onto. and we're going to assign them, and that will just work. Like in this case, actually, this, I could probably just leave it like that, and I don't need to worry about it anymore. I could just do that, and then I won't actually need to inside of teleporter. Unlock this. I don't actually need that now, because I can just I know in advance that I don't want to whatever the parameter. So in the default case where I don't have custom parameters that are changing, I can just assume that it's the default behavior, which is done. But this other one, show ability beacons with this information, I don't really know how I would get this abilities to spotlight. Because this teleporter, the idea is that those abilities to spotlight would be different. Or yeah, it's possible they could be different per instance. I guess we could pass in the teleporter, the whole thing, as a parameter that this thing needs. This thing says, hey, I need a teleporter to do this. Gimme. That could work. That's pretty reasonable. So like, what is this? Crucible beacon state? I'm actually not even sure what this is supposed to do. Crucible beacons state. I don't... Show ability beacons. Oh, right. Well, let's just pretend that we need this right now. I don't actually know if we do need it, but show ability beacons. Let's just... We'll go through the due diligence of making this its own class. So next to reveal point of interest. Let's just do it. Show ability beacons. This is using schedule, and this is a factory. And this does use system.link. And then this needs a get dependencies parameters. Well, actually, the parameters is going to be not this, it's going to be a teleporter. Or maybe it does need them. Hang on a sec. Well, that would then be the question of why is it the teleporter's job? Maybe it shouldn't be the teleporter's job at all. Maybe we just know inside of the scene. In which case, yeah, we just literally do this, and then we just populate it in the scene. Why does the teleporter have to know? Wow. Yeah, maybe that's it. We just have to be more discerning about parameters. I don't know why this doesn't like this. I don't want to do any simpler than that. Excuse me. Like, you don't even need to do this anymore. SSOT. I don't know what SSOT means. What is that? What does that mean? Single source of truth. But the parameters are different every time. I'm having to the parameters are local to this function. So this public class parameters, this is a nested class. So it's reveal point of interest dot parameters. And the parameters themselves are all different. So how would I don't know how I would create a single source of truth that's more single and truthful than that. This one? What's wrong with this one? Get state. Oh, you're saying have this be parameters? I think I might need to do that actually. I haven't done that yet. We haven't yet used any of these from... Let's actually... How do we do it? I don't think we are doing it yet. Yeah, I don't think we're actually ever populating it. So we probably will need to do that. I agree. Unless I'm confused, which I probably am. So here, I could just say that this is the show ability beacons thing. And then the dependencies are the abilities that we want to unlock. And then the teleporter, it was charge and arise. So I could just say charge arise. Done. And now they can go away from here. Okay. Pals, this has been a very productive day. If only that it made my life a little bit easier. I just don't know why sometimes I have to re-inspect that. That's the only thing. Ooh, and that didn't save either. Hang on. We keep seeing this. The serialized array is missing entry. Uh-oh. Hey, Counselor Drama. Can wait for the game. Good. How do we save? This is that. This is that. Hang on a second. When am I setting the properties to null? If factory is null and dependencies is not. Well, I mean, it's there. Let's try that. Nice. Hey, Moonwood. Thanks for the raid. Okay, now the final test is to close this and reopen it and see if it actually saved. Because there's something happening here. I don't know what that is. Let's just close it and see what happens. Oh. Hey, Chemistry Nick, thanks for the follow. Stream's going well. Yeah. Chat's coming in clutch, helping me out a lot here at the moment. Please, 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 please. Yes! Serialized correctly. That's a commit. That's good. Hello, hello, hello. David Van Housen. Welcome. We're not getting an error. That's this, which is probably from the timeline, which is probably trying to do something here. It's just a null pointer exception on the timeline, I think. Timeline gizmo system. Yeah, if I just stop inspecting things. Or maybe if I recompile. The playable is null. I think it's trying to draw a gizmo that it can't draw. But I don't know why. I did see something. What do you want to do? You want to start it up again? Yeah, I don't know what this was. That's the array that I think is what we're looking at when we go to this, 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 this. Armin is the main character. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know why that was getting that. Oh, great. Thanks. Here's how to fix it. Oh. Explain to me. There's a lot of code. I think I won't do that. I don't really know what the problem is, but it doesn't seem to be stopping me from doing what I'm doing. So it's fixed. This is draw clip gizmo. Armin hide clip. So this is trying to do this. But it's saying that playable is null. How many % of the game? Well, I'm trying to get this demo into a spot where I can send it to a publisher. And other than that, I would say we're like a third of the way through the content and like 80% of the way through the systems. Maybe like 90% of the way through the systems. There's not really much else in terms of like new systems that'll be developed. There are new like abilities, new enemies. Yeah, we're way past the 2017 project at this point. So the value is null, which means Playable is it's a struct, isn't it? Yeah, so it can't be null. That's why we're getting problems here. I don't think... I've never seen that before, though. Everything seems to be fine. Like, it's all working. So what's the problem here? Oh, you can do that? I didn't know you could do that. With brackets? Doesn't like that. You can't equate it. Cool. Fixed. All right, at some point I have to commit what I'm doing and end the stream. We've done so much right now. All right, refactors. Hi Adam, what's a good way to handle persistent data between scenes, like managers, players, inventory, canvas, camera, etc.? I have the like base default way people will recommend is to have a scene, is to have objects tagged as do not destroy on load, or do not destroy, and have a singleton that contains that kind of information that is tagged that way. So when the scene is destroyed, the object gets placed into a separate scene called do not destroy. And then when the new scene loads, that information is still there. It's never been deleted. I would also consider, if your game is meant to last between sessions, having some sort of save system that's serialized. So maybe when you close a scene and transition to the next scene, you autosave. It depends on how persistent the data needs to be. If it's within a session, then do not destroy. If it's beyond the session, save it. Stuff like inventory, see, like for me, that's like save data. So I wouldn't, assuming your game needs to save, I just would keep the struct, or not struct, the singleton that holds the live save. So I've got like the save data that's stored on the disk, and then I've got a version of the save data that's like in memory. The object that has that reference, just tag that as do not destroy. Okay. Sorry, I blew my nose. And then I forgot to unmute myself. I was going to say, or I did say, you didn't hear it. This has been a great stream. I'm really proud and happy and grateful that this is now looking this way, and I can see the instance data and the thing that I'm calling from these references, which I can then inspect from inside of a timeline. That's awesome. That's great. We still have more to do because we don't yet have a way of assigning these this way and then playing them from in here. So like when I do this, stamp new teleport spot, it's like, who's defining that? But we'll get to it. All right. Thanks, chat. Let's raid somebody. Toggle bit. Ah, fellow Rustation. Thanks, chat. As always, you should wishlist Insignia if you're interested in keeping up with what I'm doing and supporting the channel. Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. As always, I have been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.